Octopath Traveler 2. We are on our way to preparing. We already have all the endgame stuff that we need to actually do that. We've got to prepare for Goldorak. So we're going around and getting any of the remaining equipment, items, summons, everything else that we need. What I'll probably do is go around and focus on just the... I'll look up to see where everything is, and then we'll go and try to find, like, everything on that continent, and then at that point we... figure out what is next.
Now die. Very well.
Ready?
Eat this!
I take what I want.
There'll be a lot of stuff that we need to do. Because right now I want to make sure I have all the equipment items that I see on the list. At that point, I then want to grab all the summons and stuff that we need for that. Head back to Goldorak. And then if that still doesn't work out, we buff with the stat items. If that still doesn't work out, then we can...
Now die.
If that still doesn't work out, then we have options to try.
Come on then!
It'd be level grinding at that point.
I'm hungry.
It'd be level grinding, so let's just go through and at one at a time, let's just find everything that we need.
Do be gentle. Oh dear. Now die. That's that.
Here we go. Come on then.
Yes, let's do it. Find all the equipment, find all the weapons.
No.
Find all the
Study
equipment,
hard.
find all the weapons. That still won't be enough, so that means we'll grab all the summons and the learn skills and all that stuff. And then also... at that point, we will go back to Goldorak, try it with, try it again. If it still doesn't work out, we'll use the nut boosting items, and then if that's still not enough, then I'll do, I guess I'll do like a round of...
Now die.
Yeah, I'll do rounds of EXP, because it seems like the EXP bundles up to level... It can level us up at least 6 levels. Probably be a bit higher considering where we are right now, because when you get to like the 70s, it's like 58,000 for a level. We're at the 13,000 mark, so we level up a whole lot more. I'd rather not do it that way, but you may not have a choice.
Time to clean up the filth.
Here we go.
That was supposed to be...
I'm hungry.
We have a few things to do. getting all of the weapons and the equipment first. Then we have to get all the learn skills and the challenges and the learn skills, beasts, and summons. We also then need to grab the correct characters for the correct characters for grab the correct characters for the correct job skills. Grab the correct job skills for certain characters. Which shouldn't be too hard, because there are some boosts that we can get by having more job skills. I need to figure out how that works just before I do it, because otherwise I can just mass buy a bunch of random skills. That would actually, like, should boost our defenses and stuff. Should be able to steal a bunch of stuff here now. The guide that we have is fine.
I'll take that.
That's
I'll
really
take
good.
that.
Raise ice attacks. Alright. We need this. Someone need the protector shield. Protector shield. Who needed that? Protector shield goes on Particio. Okay, so next thing we needed was.
I'll take that.
Okay, that's fair. We already have the. I'm pretty sure we had the Imperial armor. Yes. Physical belt, that's fine. Agnia, Lost Tribe staff. I think is what I think we had the Lost Tribe staff. Where is that located? Stuff. Oh, it's a. Wait, there's a chest inside. We already have that? Because I know I've been here. I must have just missed it. That's like right where we are. Saying that it is. It's at a small room on the west of the. Okay, so we have to go back to the beneath the wall section. I don't have this Lost Tribe stuff. That means that there's a chest there that we haven't received. Alright, well at least it's nearby. It's also a good place to get some levels as well. Let's see who. Everyone's level 66 now. Which would 3-6. Got two. Probably gonna remove Temenos and Oswald to someone else. Check. See who is what levels. Okay, so Agni will get added in. still get travel banter as well. Falling in love. Aggie, the man over there asked me to give this to you. A letter. Wonder what it says. I believed in love at first sight until I saw you. If you'd like to have dinner with me, I know where they serve the finest meat in town. Why, this is... I just realized this whole team is all the female characters. A love letter. Finest meat in town. You're going right, Aggie. You're drooling, Oshed. Everything is an experience, Agnew. Not every experience needs to be had. Men can be wolves, but you're no sheep. Hold on just a moment. I am flattered, but I think I need to refuse. We're in the middle of a journey. I doubt I'll have much time for romance. Wise decision, you have a good head on your shoulders, Agnew. Didn't know people actually sent love letters. Surprised I would have thought you'd have gotten piles of them back in your hometown. Mentioned you were close with a certain tavern keep, didn't you? But he's just a friend. Perhaps to you, but are you sure he feels the same? Fallen in love before, haven't you, Agnew? Love? How do you fall into love? Hard to explain, but you'll know when your heart starts to flutter. Don't get it. By the by, what is romance like for beastlings? Well, my ma and pa bonded over their love of meat. I see. We're talking about it when our hearts flutter. Mine certainly has. In fact, it just won't stop whenever I make someone laugh or smile with my dancing. Truly were born for the stage, Agnew. Makes your heart flutter, Casti. Suppose whenever someone shows me their vulnerable side, makes me want to protect them. Real mother hen, Casti. Can't stand weaklings. Well, then what makes your heart flutter, Throne? When they wag their tail. Talking about dogs? Of course I am. They're so adorable and they love me too. Oh, I get it now. You? Falling in love is like when you see someone you like and your tail won't stop wagging. Pretty embarrassing, isn't it? Could it be... Is Chet's fallen in love too? Alright, yep, so we have to go beneath the wall again, apparently. I've missed a chest here. Unless the Lost Tribe staff's already equipped to. Well, actually, no, it's not, because if it was equipped, it would show up in the, Actually, I can go here, this would tell me, Yeah, we don't have it, okay. Unless the Great Sage's staff is the one that I'm looking for, but... This Lost Tribe staff is located in beneath the wall, so... Maybe I just missed a chest. We'll still check anyway.
May I have this dance? Right. Huh? Come on then.
Cleaning time.
Eat this!
I take what I want.
Ready to be prey?
Oh, I didn't realize that this was still around.
Here we go.
Bad. I haven't prepared to fight this again. Granted, we can capture it
Things are about to get sticky.
if needed, but I forgot that returning here has these.
What to do?
Swift as a snake.
Ready?
Alright.
I don't remember if it was weak to.
Whirlwind blow. So that's it.
It is weak.
My turn.
No? I think we can get by this fight. Also, keep in mind that I can use. Keep in mind that I can use capture as well.
Axe of the lion heart.
Here we go.
So capturing it is true mortal thanks all. Which I remember seeing that it was like multi-hit and it did like a bunch of other things. We can try and capture this.
Time to finish this.
Or at least kill it. It's 24% right now, but try and go for damage. This gives a buff to everyone, so.
Come on then.
You know, I have an option to capture it if worst comes to worst.
Now then. Do whatever I set my mind to.
This should do more damage, but
Whirlwind blow.
Cleaning time.
Heavy-footed, aren't you?
Prepare yourself. I fight for my friends.
Actually, the axe would do. Axe. See how much damage.
Axe of the lion heart.
Yeah, that does that was like 70,000. 70,000 damage. I don't think it's gonna matter now. Oh shit, you're probably captured.
My turn.
Already at the halfway point. Okay, so the way that this works now is if we try to hit its weak one with a boosted shot, it's going to dodge.
Alright. The winds of favor blow.
Cleaning time.
It's in the red, so a ship should be able to.
My prey away.
Yeah, I can just try to capture it right now.
Mine now.
And now that I think about it, this should be better than Ganti's because of doing more damage in one hits. Also, I just replace. This is single hit sword. This is ulti. I think we just replaced this one. I was thinking about getting rid of this one. Probably gonna end up having to replace stuff that's put in.
Now it
I'm pretty sure the fight's like. I mean, worry about.
it's over.
What a shot. Eat this.
There. I owe you.
It has a good level up as well.
Even if I stumble, I'll get back up.
Gonna be a
Let's get the
chest in here somewhere.
Cleaning time.
Now then. The winds of favor blow.
Prepare yourself. It's over.
Here we go. Come on then.
What to do?
My turn.
Now then. My prey awaits. Here we go. Ha-ha! I'm hungry.
It said that it was in here. The lost. It says that it's in. It says that it's in the beneath the wall, inside a small room on the west of the east edge of the pomegranate chest.
Time to clean up the filth.
Come on then.
Prepare yourself. It's over.
What a shot.
Now then. That's the way, Agnia. Come on then. Right. Come on then. Now let's grab some food.
Might be some. definitely a sign that it's in here, and we haven't got the stars. Agni is supposed to have one.
Come on then.
Prepare your passion. It's over.
Cleaning time.
There. Right. Come on then. All right. There. This is my chance. I owe you one.
Skillfully done, Agni. Good.
Time to shine.
Cleaning time.
There. Let's go. Come on then.
Mia.
Eat this.
All tidied up.
Ah, somehow I missed this. Yeah, here it is. I thought I went in here. Now we have the tribe stuff. Okay, so she gets a buff in physical defense because of the negative into positive. Cool. Yeah, that's that done out of the way. Next thing we're missing. We've got giant helm. We're missing the cursed. Cursed Helm is in Lost Seed. Inside the house, blocked by a child, switch to night, wait for the child to disappear. Ah, okay. Oh, that's back in Lost Seed it is then. We're heading... There's Lost Seed again, it's like all the way down this way. Yeah, another thing to do as well. Oh, I probably could have got this earlier.
I shall be your opponent.
That's what it is. At least we're gonna get some level ups from this.
Let's go. Come on then.
What to
Right.
My prey awaits. Come on then. There! I did it! I owe you one. I wasn't expecting that.
let's play.
Here we go.
There's something on the western continent, I'll probably just hit it. So we have to head back there, because otherwise it's gonna be... I'm trying to think if there's a better way. I've got all this, like, consider, like, there's still other things we can do.
Now it... It's over.
Ready?
Eat this!
There are still other things we need to grab. But where they are, we can
Let's go. Come on then. Here we go. Come on then.
Ready?
It isn't. Oh, yes.
Prepare yourself. I still have much to learn.
I'm trying to just look at it and say, okay, well we have to go to certain areas to get certain equipment items, but it's like I've still got, after this, still got learned skills, I've still got other skills too. Equipment, items, and I guess I could like look up every single item and figure out a better way to equip it. But I don't know where. Maybe I should go into it.
Come on then.
Cleaning tap.
When I worked out the other time, it worked out the other time only because
Eat this!
we were like right where we had to be.
It isn't.
I was like, okay, first of all, first thing we should do is go to the storm panel. Did that, and then by doing that, it was like immediately access to the next area.
Let's go.
My turn. It's over. There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
Maybe that's for the best because Cursed Helm is in the Lost Sea. Last time it was fine because like we were completing side quests back and forth, and then eventually we got to the point where it's like all the Lost quest was done, all the other things were done. This one here, it's like I have lots of things to grab. Cursed Armor got the thing, so that's Cursed Helm. Oswald was missing Flayer's Admonishment. You know, one's in Lost Sea. Fight the Sanctum Knight, blocking the East Room and Stormhouse Sacred Guard. Where is that? Oh, that's the inside. Oh, right, we haven't actually been in there. I don't think we've been in there. That would make sense. That's in Stormhouse, that means we should have gone to the... I don't think I've been in there apart from the story. We've got Baptisted Staff, Sunshot, Art of Disguise. Art of Disguise is Mary Hill's Crestlands. We have to scrutinize acquiring merchant, and we can also purchase one. The Mary Hill's Crestlands. So we have to purchase that one. How does it get purchased? quite those are fine. Divine Splendor, I don't have that. Entreats, Blue Officer at level 66. Okay, so we can do that. We can do that when we get to okay. Vengeful Knife, Battle for the Sheep, Great Helms. Great Helms. So we can do those. These are sold, like these are items that are sold in gravel, poo, and we have to buy those. We can get those in Western Continent. That's fine. Temenos. I think I have to. I already have the Gravity Lance. I don't. No, I do not. Do not have the Gravity Lance. Gravity Lance is Rock Island purchase. Okay, so that's another return to an area. Great Sage's Staff. I don't remember if we have that. We do. Eager Shield, Sublime Ornamental Armor. We don't have that. On the water, sail towards north of the Lost Isle. Like I guess I just completely missed that. Yeah, I do remember. Oh, it's north. Yeah, I guess I just missed that. Yeah, I guess I just missed that one. And that one's easy. Lord Spear, Lost Tribes Axe. I think I have Lost Tribes Axe already. Lord Spear, we have as well. Planet Costume of Clothes. That's all those done. Ancient Frog King and the Sinking. Okay, so Rock Island, Anchorage. Rock Island, Anchorage. And Sinking Ruins, which Sinking Ruins is... What's the Sinking Ruins again? Was that East Continent? Where was the Sinking Ruins again? Remember where the Sinking Ruins is. Oh, Southern Nameless Village. So that's on. That's right now. I remember. That's the area with the petrification. So Sinking Ruins. So those are off site. And then summons. We've got Timber Rain, Clock Bank, which is over here. Phase 1 summons and Phase 2 follows. I gotta remember who I have to be. then Ari only needs a flame church and a side. Actually, not a lot of stuff. Alright, so I guess we'll head to. We need to head to Stormfield. Actually, what was the first thing we had to look for? Cursed Helm. Cursed Helm was located in North Sea. Right there. I guess this is also better to do it this way. It's that way we can change up the people a lot more with more levels. It's fine. Backtracking a bunch.
Here we go.
We'll do everything that we can in the Eastern continent. Still our first though.
Come on then.
Pretty much I went to the area, grab what we needed, and then
Cleaning time.
Right.
Who's next?
Thank you.
an almighty source. Okay. Don't need any of the additional jobs either. So after Lost Sea to grab the chest. And then we have to go to a few areas to point by, I think.
Come on then. It is.
Ready? I take what I want.
Few purchases that we have to make. There's a few other things we have to do as well.
Let the show begin.
Try and focus everything on the continents, but the continent that we're on first. So we're not going back and forth constantly with it. I mean, we're going back and forth from the continent, but
Come on then.
I think that should be okay.
Cleaning time.
Eat this!
Let's go. Come on then.
My turn. I'm sorry for the pride of Ku. I shall be your opponent.
Here we go. Come on then.
My turn.
There! Eat this!
It is. There. Sorry. I'm feeling all better. Even if I stumble. Ouch.
Unpredictable.
My prey awaits. Come on then!
My turn.
Right.
Who's next? All tidied up.
Let the show begin!
Queen.
Right.
Easy.
I'm sorry.
Right! Come on then! Alright! Ow!
I guess the best thing for doing it like this is like, oh, we don't need to even get levels this way. If we head to the next area from one thing to another, and we go away, we're gonna have less levels.
Here we
We're definitely gonna need to level up. Which is point out. I mean, I guess that means you could also just go ahead and do crossing the western and eastern continent. But
Queen.
There.
Right! Come on then!
Prepare yourself. I'm sorry. For the pride of Ku.
Here I come! My... Come on then! Alright! Ow! Let the show begin! Here we go! Come on then! Phew, I'm hungry. got this dance.
Oh, it's the
Let's go. Go on then.
Here. It's over.
I'm not really sure what I wanted. Because when I went to Stormhail, it was to grab the equipment item that we used.
Hunt or be hunted.
And then we went having to find the next one be there, and then the next one's here.
My and now let's
At least with it
grab
being
some
here,
food.
it's fine. Cause then, I'm trying to think, like, should I still go to the east, across the different continents? It's like, well, we still have something we need to complete here. It's like there's a chance we're gonna go and grab it all anyway. Also, like, there's certain other areas that are multiple different areas for some of the purchasing ones, so we might still come across those as we go.
Ready to be prey?
Doesn't feel like it'll take too long to grab these things because there's not a lot that we're missing.
Right.
Some of them can just be straight up purchased.
Go on then.
We'd already left Stormhail anyway.
I'm hungry.
Next time's in Lost Seed, and then we go.
Time to clean up the filth.
Let's go. All right. Now let's grab some food.
Stand aside or fight.
Here we go. Huh? Mahina! Sorry.
What?
Right.
Prepare yourself.
It is. The winds of favor blow. I did it.
My turn. It's over.
Right. Go on then. It isn't over yet.
My turn. All tidied up.
begin. Right. Huh? Come on then. My prey awaits. Come on then. There. Thank you.
My turn. As swift as a snake. Cleaning time.
That was supposed to be sword, not dagger.
Here I... My blade sings. There's no
Doesn't really
need for
matter.
flattery.
Everyone's got a level up. Everyone's close to a level up anyway. At least this way I can change my team up and something happens. They said it, I guess. This kid here is cool. Get an elixir, do not drink. I should check around. There was some. I don't know if I checked during the daytime, but might be some stuff that I can take from some of these characters. Switch it to night and then they leave. That's what it said. For the Layla's admonishment, I think. You have to just wait around until so character leaves. Sorry, this is for the Cursed Helm. The Flayler's admonishment, we actually had to go. We needed the Cursed Helm for Agnia. What have we got? Gun or Particio? Got the. Let's just go through again and make sure. This is. Where is it? R is all done. Asti is all done. Particio is done. Agnia, we just grabbed the Cursed Helm, so this now can be added to her. cursed armor. Our necklace plus prize at the time. Oswald, okay, so Flayer's admonishment is in Stormhail, so we're going back to Stormhail. Back to Stormhail for in an area that we haven't actually explored yet. At least to my knowledge. Might have gone in there, but not done a lot. Back to Stormhail to grab the Layla's admonishment. That's a rare one, because I've never seen the red one before.
Where was I?
Demon Ghost.
Take that now, fly!
Let's go.
Let's see what these do. Convincing blow and bolts.
Come on then.
Cleaning time.
Bravo, Brony.
Here we go. Come on then.
No. Pierce them, wings of frost.
Oswald.
I'm hungry.
Let the experiment begin.
Here we go. Come on then.
Where was I? How's that for you? Very well. Take that!
What?
Pierce them, wings of frost.
My prey awaits. Come on then.
Where? How's that? May the sacred flame guide you, or something like that.
Let's play.
Very well. Now die! Fighting is not what I do. Shall we?
Here we go. Come on then.
Out of my way.
Let's go. Huh? Come on then. Now let's grab some food.
Time to clean up the filth.
My Come on then. All right. Ow!
die!
Right. Come on then.
Clean up. There! And so it goes. Let's play.
Very well. Now die! That's how it's done.
Here we go. Come on then.
Clean. Eat this! And so it goes.
Oh dear. Take that now, die!
Come on then.
What? I take what I want.
Hunt or be hunted.
Oh dear. How's that?
Come on then.
Where was I? Fighting is not what I do. Shall we?
Right. Come on then.
Poison Storm sounded really good. There'd be wind damage, but then you would also have a chance to poison. Poison's probably going to absolutely put back the boss as well, because it is shown that I can inflict status O elements on them as well. So that's also something that could be useful. But I still think pure damage is better.
How's that for you?
Let's go. Come on then. All right. I'm hungry.
To work. Now die! Very well. Take that!
Ready?
Eat this!
Pierce them. Wings of frost. I've seen worse methods.
Come and get me.
Here we go. Come on then. Time to finish this.
Oh dear. Then how's that for you? To work. Take that!
Cleaning up.
Eat this!
I take what I want.
Out of my way.
Very well. Then now die!
Let's go. Come on then.
Strike them down. You're finished. I've seen worse methods.
Come and get me.
Oh dear. Take that! How's that for you?
Come on then. Now. I'm hungry.
Let's play.
Right. Huh? Come on then.
Very well. Blaze on, the sacred flame. That's how it's done. May the sacred flame guide you, or something like that.
I don't recall if I've been here. It said something about players' admonishment. We have to fight the Sanctum Knight blocking the East Room in Stormhouse Sacred Guard headquarters. So, well, we don't have to fight him because we do have. I do have characters that can deal with. Don't think I've been in here. Maybe I have. I don't think I've been in here. Okay. Oh, actually, no, I have been in. I remember coming. Yeah, I do remember coming in. For something.
I'll take that.
There's our great helm. I think we needed a second one on. We needed 2 great helms and someone. Yeah, the great. Rene needs a great helm. Okay, found an extra one of those. Nice. There's something else that can lead to here. We haven't actually been. Wait a second. No, we have been in here because this leads to the. Yeah, this leads to the shrine. Yeah, we have been in here. I think this guy's the one. Platinum shield. Did someone need this? Well. Okay, no one needed that.
Go get him.
And I must find us here.
My prey awaits. Come on then. Sorry. Let's go.
No, it wasn't supposed to be Mahina. It was supposed to be the.
Got it.
It's supposed to be arrows.
My prey awaits. Come on then. Time to finish this. Let's go. Blast it! Now let's grab some food. Good job.
Players and management give this to hold. Okay. Oh, that's why it's good. Okay. So it increases physical attack, but then every time we attack, we recover HP equivalent to 25% of the damage. Okay.
Well now.
Sanctum Knight 42, a Sanctum Knight in charge of what the Sacred Guard famously calls interrogation, and what the townsfolk know to be torture. The detestable job, one for which he volunteered. The screams and cries of a suspected heretic's final moments of music to his ear. We can heal with items.
Go get him.
Why don't I take no joy in face?
Right. Come on then. Sorry. My prey awaits. Come on then. Time to finish this. Let's go. Wahoo! Blast! My prey awaits. Come on then. Right. Come on then. My prey awaits. Come on then. Here we go. Come on then. My prey awaits. Come on then.
Now what? Magic
go.
defenses
Come on
must
then.
be really high.
Right. Wahoo! Come on then. All right. Ow! Good job.
I'm pretty sure shouldn't be anything else. We came in here for the story. Have to read, I think. Oh, that added 20 chance. I didn't see that.
Come on then.
Still 22% chance even though we're...
Here we go.
They should have healed.
Come on then.
All weak to arrows.
Let's go. Come on then. Time to finish this.
That's taking more damage as well. He's taking only double the damage from the previous one.
Blast it! Right. Come on then. Right. Come on then. Now. Let's go. Come on then. All right. Whew, I'm hungry. Good job.
Alright, we can leave. What is the next one after this? Flail. Art of Disguise is the next one. So that was a purchase in Mary Hills. That was a purchase for Mary Hills? Yeah, Mary Hills requires scrutinizing the art. Oh, so you have to purchase that at Mary Hills. That's close by to here. According to... Don't know what the other ones are. You don't come in, gonna be Agnia, Hipari, Bastion, Temenos. Right, need to go to Mary Hills.
Here I come.
Very well. Raise on, O sacred flame.
What's to Axe attack.
Forgive me.
Let the show begin.
My turn. My blade sings for the pride of Kubi.
so we're not that far off from getting all the equipment. I think most of the equipment's actually on this side. There's a couple of things we need to grab on the sea. We need to grab like the certain summons and learn skills, but I believe those are like on like the island areas.
Here I go. Axe attack. I know no cure for evil.
But I think if we get all the equipment and we get everything that we need, I will go back and attempt it, and then I'll try with the stat boost items, and then if that doesn't work, we'll make 2 saves. One save will be with the stat boost items, one will be without. If the stat boost items work, then we'll just leave it. If the stat boost items do not work,
You are
then...
a poison that must be purged. Well now. Axe attack.
To work. Blaze on, flame. That's how it's done.
I think there's a bit of lag.
Even if I stumble, I'll get back up.
See, the Octopaths aren't giving me a lot now. Not like boosting me up to the point where I think. But I realized with this, we'll grab everything here, go back, then we'll make a save.
You are
Do it with the stat boost
must be
items.
purged.
If that still doesn't work, then that means I need level, so I'll go and do a round of leveling for everybody, and then we'll come back. If that still doesn't work, we'll let the boost items and keep doing that. Because I'd rather avoid doing the like,
Axe attack.
To work. How's that for you?
It's my... I wasn't expecting that.
and I've got to also figure out which, support skills everyone's going to have. Because some of the things we'll have to buy, so I'll have to figure out how to get those. Some characters have that skill that boosts things with the jobs. We have to test to see how that works as well.
Very well. Blaze on, flame.
Here I go. Axe attack.
Prepare. I'm sorry. I still have much to learn.
Life is too precious to risk. My turn. Axe attack.
Very well. Blaze on, flame. That's that. Oh, goodness. What a tantrum that was.
At least every level is going to get us closer to taking less damage and dealing more damage. I feel like it will eventually come down to leveling, but at least the leveling is quick. All you have to do is just find certain enemies. We can raise the chance of finding that because we have access to those. We have like 3. I have like
Oh dear.
stuff that increases rare enemy spawns.
Blaze on, flame. That's how it's done.
What to do? Axe attack. It had to be
They are
done.
getting very close
I
to
know no cure.
having nearly everything.
do what I must.
Very well. Blaze on, flame. That's that.
Well, I'm surprised I didn't try and do
Here I go.
move shortcuts. That will. I don't know if that would work with the system. Move shortcuts would make things much easier. You just knew what you were going for. 166 hours. And granted, like pretty sure the trophy guide said like it was 80.
On
I've done
my
double
next
that.
patient.
To work. Blaze on, flame. That's that. May the sacred flame guide you, or something like that. Do be gentle. Very well. Blaze on.
We have to buy
How it's done.
an art of disguise here.
Fighting
And
is
I think
not
there's a couple other
what
things we
I
might
do.
have to do for in the around these areas.
I'll do what I must.
What to Axe attack.
To work. Blaze on. Flame. Oh dear. Blaze on. Flame.
Time. There. Thank you.
Well now. Axe attack. Has to be done.
My turn. I'm sorry. For the pride of Ku.
Life is too precious to risk. Here I go. Axe attack.
Well. Blaze on. Flame. That's how it's done. Very well. Blaze on. Flame. That's that. Goodness, what a tantrum that was.
Alright, we're nearly at the area where we have to purchase stuff. They are going to be,
Oh dear.
and I'll figure out what is next. Not that far off from...
Take it out.
being able to give the other stuff a try.
That's how it's done.
Here I go. Axe attack.
My turn. My blade sings. There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
I think I've ordered up a lot of JP. That way we can take advantage of the Now, I don't think there's anything we have to here because of the it's only just the lures and stuff. Let's go to the shop and see if we can buy the Art of Disguise that we need. Alright, so we need this one, the Art of Disguise, for Oswald, I think. It was just Oswald that we need this for. So we need by one of you. Equip it immediately. I don't know if I can equip it to... I can't equip it to the character if I don't have it. That's done. Throne, we need the Divine Splendor. That's located. Divine Splendor, I think this was... This over... Okay, this is in Treat and Coup, so we have to go to... That's Western Continent. I don't remember how many Great Helms I need. I've only needed the one. Only has a Great Helm. Oh, Shed has a Great Helm, so we need two. I have one of them, so we can get the Great Helm. There was somewhere we could purchase that. Gravel, Coup, and there's other places to get it because I got one from stealing it. Actually, Gravel and Coup are. Oh, here we go. Steel from Sanctonite Stormhail, Mug Sanctonite Stormhail, Mug Soldier, and okay, so there's also some in Timber Rain as well. Timber Rain, Mug. And also we can buy it from... Okay. Next up is a Gravity Lance. Gravity Lance is Rock Island, okay. That's fine. I think we might be going to the normal areas now. And then Sublime Ornamental Armor is north. That's also a thing. So we'll be going to the sea next, I think. Everything else we have. Gravity Lance I looked up already. Gravity Lance, Sublime Armor. And then, okay, Beast requirements. So Sinking Ruins is Harahaha. Rock Island for another thing. Timber Rain for you. Clockwork. We have one thing left to do before we leave the Eastern Continent, which is in Clock Bank. So we can have a choice. We have a choice between the Dumpling Maker's Skewer, which is 4 to hit for dagger, or we have the Elderly Man, which can do 4 to 8 dagger and chance the poison for following. We want to have them follow. So Judge in Phase 1 is nice to have. You can only run one of the 2 dagger followers mentioned, so we want to use another summon to go with Oshet. Because who are the teams? Starting teams for this are Hikari. We've got Flat, so we've also got Flame Church. To learn something. So for our first phase, it's Hikari, Cassie, Particio, Agnia. So we're gonna have 2 people follow. Phase 1. We can have Particio and Agnia have, neither of them require. But what we could do is for phase 1 will be okay. So I think for phase 1 we should have Agnia as the summon. Have her do the judge summon. So we need to have her do the Timber Rain. It says in Timber Rain. So Agnia for that summon, and then for phase 2, we have Casti. No, phase 2 is the other ones. It's phase 2 is Oswald, Throne, Temenos, O'Shet. So the only one we can have Temenos and O'Shet with followers. So we want to have. We need to have the Elderly Man, which is 4 to 8 dagger and chance to poison, which is better than the normal one. Judge in phase 1's nice to have, but not necessary. You can only run one of the 2 dagger followers mentioned. So Merchant's cheaper, but I'm not concerned about the cheaper. I'm concerned about the thing. So maybe what we do is phase 1 we'll have Agnia take the judge. Phase 2 will have phase 2 we need to have someone with the dagger. So they're not choosing O'Shet to have the follower, they're choosing to have Temenos. So they want Temenos to guide. It would be Temenos to guide the Elderly Man, and we already have actually, what do we have for O'Shet? Because she's not on us at the moment. I know for O'Shet, saying to have the 1,000 Blade Spearfish and Squall of Arrows. I technically already have. I think I already have Squall of Arrows. The only time you can summon with this setup without wasting a turn on O'Shet is after the other body parts are dead. So essentially it's like, okay, so I think I already have something on O'Shet that would be a good freebie turn that I can just use. But also, by having a summon out for the character, it's gonna protect them from. That's another thing to consider as well. Having the summon out, using it for the character, if I put them out, they can step in the way of a blow instead of us taking damage. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We need to go to Clockbank. To grab the Elderly Man, and we need to go to Flame Church to grab the thing. So they're fairly close to each other. We pretty much have to go. Wait. Clockbank, yeah. So we go there. We're gonna go to Clockbank for the thing, and then we go to Flame Church Cathedral. You know, it says Flame Church Cathedral, but it's not even showing them right. Guy. Actually, no, that is the right guy. Now we have to go to the Flame Church Cathedral. Alright, we'll change our party again, and we're nearly at the point where I have nearly all the items, but this is the Eastern Continent at least. Or how everyone's doing on levels. We're all still in the 10,000. It was an easier way to do this because you can't view their statuses unless they're in the party. So Oswald, Rony, O'Shed, and someone else. Asti. O'Shed has the Sanctum Knight, so we'll be getting rid of them. Okay. It's also just mainly for... Because the other thing to consider is that if we do a freebie... It's technically a freebie turn where it's like, oh, we don't have a thing, but the turn we summon them out and we're just doing damage, we get the... Something else I need to equip to some of the... Yes. Because the other thing to consider is like if we do get that turn off with the summon, they will do an attack, which is fine, but then it means that if an attack comes to us, there's a chance I can block it, and also when we, in addition to us already doing moves, the thing will follow through and help us as well. Where is the Oswald's thing? I know I had to change something. Oswald needs the Art of Disguise. Fine. Rony needs... Everything else is fine. Casti and... Like, the Casti is done. Rochette is also, I think, done. But we still need another Great Helm, but we're going to get that. Yep. Okay, so now we'll go back to... we've got to go to Flame Church and then to... sorry, Clockbank and then Flame Church. And then we do a couple of things in open sea area.
Well now. Axe attack. Here we go. Go on then. Let's just finish this. My prey awaits. Go on then. What to do, what to do. Axe attack.
Ready?
Strike them down. Study harder.
I still get the feeling that this isn't going to be enough. But I'll give it a shot with the stat boosters. And then if that still doesn't work, we'll do another round of... We'll do a round of like making sure everyone gets SP.
Ready to be prey?
Alright, SP, everyone gets experience.
Go on then. What to do? Axe attack.
It does seem like it's definitely possible with these stats.
Eat this.
Only because I saw the actual
What to do? What to do? Axe attack.
I'm terribly sorry.
Saw the actual requirements. What we're supposed to do.
Strike them down.
I've seen what their stats look like with health and stuff, and they were around. Their stats are around like 5,000 ish. We're getting a little bit.
Ready? All tidied up.
To be at this point already without the stat boost items, I haven't seen a thing that shows me what level they were when they completed this. So if I see that they're at a lower level, then at least I know that it is possible to complete this at well, I should say I know that it's possible to complete this at a lower level. I just don't know what level this particular setup is at. And he did it.
Here I go.
Axe attack.
Right. Come on then. All right. I'm hungry.
Time to clean up the filth. My turn.
Now I don't know how powerful the stat boost items are. Like the I don't know how much the nut items increase.
Here we go.
Stuff by if it's just like increases it by 1
Come on
like in
then.
some other games, or if it increases it by 1. If it does, then obviously it's
Now
gonna make us
let's
a lot
grab some
more
food.
powerful than what. I have to also figure out like how I'm gonna divide each of the items up and who gets what more. I don't know how much health Goldorak actually has. Considering I did like 30,000 and the parts were like
Ready to
half
be
free.
prey?
Maybe each part is like thing, but again, if we can reach 99999, I feel like that also just can fight fairly fast.
Come on then.
But I'm not trying to aim for that.
Here I go.
I did get to about, I got to about 20,000. About how we are right now.
Axe attack.
My journey will not end here.
It was nowhere close to 99999, but that would probably require having being buffed and things like that. If we're hitting for that much damage, I don't feel like it's. Just like the people who have done it here haven't touched the XP grind, and I'm obviously trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid doing an XP grind if possible. See if we can beat it. The EXP grind just pretty much guarantees me we'll be able to.
Well now.
Axe attack.
Has to be done.
Also, if I do the EXP grind, it might make the. If I do the EXP grinding, it will probably make the final boss super easy. Because of the thing, it'll probably make the bosses super easy. So I'd rather not attempt it with the. We go down and. I'd rather not attempt the. I don't want to do the story boss until after we've completed Goldorak because of the side quest thing.
My Come on then.
Here I go.
People saying that those were pretty tough to beat, but I've never had any trouble with any of them that I've encountered. Even the first one that we did, it was like it took more damage because it took less damage because we were lower level, but it wasn't something that worried me. And then we fought them in O'Shed's chapter, and they were kind of laughable.
Let's play.
Might. Axe attack. My journey will not end here.
Time to clean up the filth.
Right. Come on then. Ow! Ready to be prey? Here we go! Come on then! Axe attack! My journey will not end here.
Who do I say I wanted for this? We need to have them... so phase 1 is, I said, it was Agnia who's going to have it. Agnia is going to be the one that takes you. Phase 2 follower, it was going to be, not Oshet, but it was going to be Temenos, so we need to guide this character. Temenos' daytime is guided, so we should be able to just swap out the character.
Come on then. My prey awaits. Come on then. Right. Mahina! Got it! My prey awaits. Come on then! Right. Wahoo! Terra!
gonna guide this guy. He does 4 to 8
hungry.
dagger hits, and he can inflict poison, which seems really good.
Good job.
I don't think any of these were close to 8,000. And I wish I could check the things much easier, but this is... Domino, Sukari, Agnia... Agnia. We want 10 minutes to guide.
Right this way.
Then we head up to Flame Church, where we are going to get... Head up to Flame Church to grab the learned skill for Hikari. And then we have to do everything in the... There's a couple of things we have to do in the actual sea. Chest above the Lost Isle that we're missing, and also a... chest above the Lost Isle that we're missing, and also a... there's a couple of summons that we need.
No. Strike them down. You're finished. I've gained valuable insight.
Let's play.
Oh dear. How is that for you? That's how it's done.
Oh, 10 minutes needs to stop. Something I haven't... Check. Just remember where that spear is.
Eat this!
Spear that
So
someone
it
else is
goes.
missing. Is he missing a spear? We've over it, I think. Or we're not reached it yet. Oh, the gravity lance, not we. Okay, that's correct. We haven't done the gravity lance yet because we have the thing. We're going to Flame Church Cathedral, and then we learn a skill there for... learn a skill there for...
Out of my way.
And then we do everything on the island areas.
Well, now die.
What?
To work. Fighting is not what I do. we? Very well. How's that?
Strike them down. You're finished. I've gained valuable insight. Out of my way.
Where was I? How's that for you? Very
Really,
well.
forces, misses, like, still missing Kate
Ready?
even at this point. Granted, I didn't have any. Well, I
I
don't have any
take
SP.
what I want.
10 minutes, I had no SP, so. And I thought, like, okay, because it's blinded, we would have, thing.
Come and get me.
Oh dear. Now die!
Alright. The winds of favor blow. I did it! Thank you! May I have this dance?
To work. How's that?
What?
Right.
Easy. I take what I want.
Okay, one thing I just realized, I don't remember if this area has a tavern. I was supposed to talk to Hikari if it did. I don't know if this area has a tavern. But I just realized this. I can't learn the skill if I don't have the character. I don't think it has a tavern. Yeah, I just realized that. And we'll have to head back. I have to change Hikari into the body. think I can fast travel to there. Alright, we'll just change it to night when we get there. This character here. Oh, is it during the day? Wait, it might be during the day. I think it's this guy here we need. Deep analysis. We need this move. The deep analysis will deep analysis gives us full boost. Sorry, when it's fully boosted, it reveals all weaknesses.
If I must.
For a fight of it, here goes.
On your guard. Here I come. It's over. I still have much to learn. You still have much to learn.
That's why it's another. This is also another good thing as well. We can see what the HP is like. Enemies. What do I want to get rid of? Staff to all, axe to all, powerful dagger to 1. Because Hikari's going to be arms master, so that means he has access to stuff that would be really good. But it's like this is still good. This is still good. This is not as good because it's give better things. This is powerful sword attack to everybody. But I already have that plus better. Guess we can get
I
rid
look
of this.
forward to using this.
Okay. Last thing to do is okay. So now we've got to go to the phase 2. We need to go We need to go to Timber Rain. Before we do that, we have to go to Rock Island, as well as Lost Isle to grab one other item. And then I think everything else is elsewhere. Grabbed the Art of Disguise, we grabbed but the Sublime Ornamental Armor is above Lost Isle. Rock Island has another thing. Gravity Lance is in... Gravity Lance is Rock Island that we have to purchase. Great Helm is in... there's an area in Timber Rain we can steal, and Divine Splendor is... Divine Splendor is in Coup. You can actually get to those areas fairly fast. Now it's time to go. Not a lot left to do. Go back to Oswald. When I get back. So we're gonna be exploring the sea. Get oh. Not that far off from having everything, because once we get to the Western Continent, Timber Rain and Coup, it's like an up and down line. Just like you just go in between them very, very easily. The idea would be very nice to be able to get what we need to do. Done. If I could beat Goldorak today, then that would be good, because then we can at least have something that we can consider, but
Let's play.
it's gonna be hard to like put an explanation. I'm probably not even gonna bother putting an explanation in about how to beat Goldorak, because it would be to do it would require way more than 5,000 characters. I'll probably just link the guide that I use and say just try and do these, and I might include some other things that might be useful.
There! I did it! I'm feeling all better. I wasn't expecting that.
Very well. How's that?
What?
Right.
I take what I want.
Do be gentle. Very well. There. How's that?
Strike them down. You're finished. I've seen worse methods.
Now then. There! I did it! I owe you one. Thank you!
Where was I? How's that? Very well. May the sacred flame guide you, or something like that.
Come and get me. Queenie.
Right.
And so it goes. Time to clean up the filth.
To work. Now die!
Alright. There! I did it! Thank you! Thank you!
Let's play.
To work. Take that!
My turn. Right. I take what I want. Time to clean up the filth.
There!
In the open sea, we have that one other. In the open sea area, we've got the one.
I wasn't expecting that.
The open sea, we have that one area for the open area. We've got the of the Lost Isle that we need to go to grab one of the what's his name? The chest that I somehow missed. Get to Rock Island and grab. There's something in the store that we need, as well as a.
Very well.
Sure. We also have to go to Chadahaha because we have to go to the same thing everyone needs to capture something. I keep forgetting I've got rest. Using that actually, that would actually make sense. I've got rest.
No.
Like, why am I
Strike
using
them down.
Temenos? You know, I keep forgetting to.
Ready? And so it goes.
Why is that missing? I check Threne's spear. For some reason why. Is Threne missing? See, I'm wondering why they're using the Spear of Strength. That's the only thing because I got told this was a joke weapon, so the idea of using the Spear of Strength, I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of hidden reasoning as to why you would use this. Because like, I have access to this, which does a lightning attack every time we. There must be some reason as to why they're using the Spear of Strength on her. So accuracy is really good. It's like 400. But we shouldn't be missing. We're not going to fight Goldor though. We have to go north of the Lost Isle, and that will take us to Hydra.
Let the experiment begin.
Well. Just a
Cleaning time. Right.
Now then. Thank you.
Ah, okay, here. We didn't go this way. I do like the way that the, I will say this, I do like the way that the towns look. I love what they've done with this world map here, where it's like, we can explore the entire area, and we can go and check out what, like, this is what Clockbank looks like. This is what Clockbank looks like in the, this is what Clockbank looks like when we're not there. It just looks really nice. But the Sublime Ornamental Armor, I think this goes on... Who grabs this? Temenos gets this. So this reduces fire, ice, lightning, and wind damage. So pretty much all elemental decrease. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now we go to Rock Island.
I suggest you get out of my way. Oh dear. Just a...
Cleaning tough.
I need a... And done. I've gained valuable insight.
Rock Island, go to the harbor, grab the... go to the actual area, grab the... stuff from the shop, and then...
I suggest you
change
get
the
out
party,
of my way.
have Oshet in, and then the capture that we need to go and look for it.
Just a...
Ready?
Right.
Easy.
to work. There. Thank goodness. What a tantrum that was.
May I have this dance?
Well... Blaze on, let's get the flame. That's that.
Now then. Fire. Burn. I've gained valuable insight.
Alright, so here we have to grab a, buy an item from this store, and then we come back to, I think this area, and we need to keep going looking for a certain spawn that we need to capture.
Well... Blaze on, let's get the flame.
It's my turn now. There. I owe you one.
What?
Right.
I need a play. Fire. Burn.
Bravo, Oswald. Blaze on, let's get the flame. That's that. won't do!
Cleaning time.
I need a plan. Fire. Burn. All according to plan.
Ready?
There!
All tidied up. Let's play.
Where? Blaze on, O sacred flame!
My turn.
Eat this!
Why are we doing so little damage to these?
It's my turn. The winds of favor blow.
Very well. Blaze on, O sacred flame! That's that!
Thinking. And done.
Ready?
There!
Now then. I wasn't expecting that.
I'm trying to figure out, like, watch him. It would be fine if we. It'd be fine if we did the. Some of these people we haven't. Why are some of these people so high in terms of their scrutinize? I don't understand.
I'll take that.
So we'll buy what we need here. Then I'm back with our shed.
Let's
Need to
play.
get a certain spike spawn.
Where?
Move on to everything on the list.
Cleaning time.
Right.
See, that's your business.
Very well. Blaze on, O sacred flame! That's how it's done.
Alright. The winds of favor blow. Sorry.
No. Fire. Burn.
Time to shine. Even if I stumble, I'll get back up.
Can't remember if it was it a weapon or was it an item? Need the gravity lance. Yes, we can equip as Temenos. I don't think I needed any of these because we already have them. Now, Gravity Lance gives us, so weird that... Why are we doing, like, evasion and accuracy are so low for this? Must be some reason as to why this is. That's one of these things reverses something. I think it's only when we use the lance or something. Maybe that's one. We gotta change the. Change to Oshed. I think everyone can change up. Everyone's got their latent powers as well, because I've been trying to save them. Still on 4,500. So 8,008. Oops. T-shirt gets all for someone else. Actually, that might be 8. Sorry, 8. We need the people that have the least levels. Oshed will now, we need to find the... right. We have the Gravity Lance, Divine Splendor is... we've got to do Divine Splendor, Great Helm, which I think one was Timber Rain and one was... and then the other one that we need is Timber Rain for the scales. We need Ocean Frog King, Ocean Lizard King. We need Ocean Lizard King 3 from the Rock Island Anchorage, because it has synergy with Thronate. And Sinking Ruins for Ancient Frog King 2. We want Ocean Lizard King. Wait. It's in the Anchorage area. Keep fighting in here until we get a, we need to get the an encounter. We're looking for the Ocean Lizard.
Let the experiment begin.
3.
Here I go.
Anything we don't find, we just get 3 levels. Points.
Now it begins. Next. For the pride of Ku.
I don't think the spawns have a set thing, it's just wherever... all of the spawns can happen at the same time. So it doesn't matter if I head back down to the ship and just keep going around.
Out of my way.
I think it's one of these. We want the Ocean Lizard King
My turn.
3. So that's, this one.
Pray away.
This one has repeated phantoms. Ocean this one. We need this one.
Now then. Pierce them, wings of frost.
Prepare yourself.
In yellow, I'd rather keep it there. Don't want to kill it.
It's over.
One attack would
What to
kill it.
do? What to do?
Here I come. Not this
Tell
time.
me to play.
Pray away. Mine now.
Okay, so this is heated phantom slash. So now I have a decision to make. Do I replace? I feel like keeping this is fine, because this will give us multiple repeated arrows, which we don't have access to. We have full lightning, full. I'm thinking that we replace Ancient Lizard King. I could replace the Dreadwolf. I guess we could replace the Dreadwolf. Yeah. I mean, I haven't used it, but I have too many of these. So I was going to replace two though, because we need to replace. I need to get the other one. The other one is Ocean Frog King 2, Ancient Frog King 2. That is in 16 ones. I could get rid of the Dreadwolf. I think I was going to get rid of what was here anyway. So I was like, I could get rid of the Dreadwolf plus Gigantes, or I could get rid of just Gigantes and then something else. But because this does dagger, I'm thinking I should just get rid of the Dreadwolf. Yeah, we get perfect jokes with this. Now we go to a few things we have to do. Only stuff left to do is Divine Splendor, Great Helm, and this the Phase 1 Summon and the Sinking Room. The Totohaha will be next, actually. We might actually get to the point where we might have some time to try out some more attempts at the final fight.
My turn.
Not the final fight, the super boss, I should say. We'll give it a shot and see. Let's see what this does.
Come on then.
It does double dagger hit.
Now pray away.
It puts everyone's turn ahead of everything. That's why they say it helps with the training.
Come on then.
Oh, it helps with granting the buffs and speed as well.
Pierce them, wings of frost.
It's decent damage as well.
Poison slash.
My turn. I'm sorry. There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
We're gonna go to the Totohaha area next to grab, I need another summon. Because we only need the two summons.
Stand aside or fight.
Harry's learned skill. The other
Here we
learned
go.
skill was in. Sorry.
Go on then.
My turn.
Now, strike them down.
Now it. Who's next? There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
Considering someone said that their lowest character was 66. Our characters are all above 66 now, so it is probably possible. We need to go to the Sunken Ruin. The only issue there with the Sunken Ruins is that there's going to be that enemy that has the elephant's going to be there. And that elephant has petrification, so we'll have to be careful. Although hopefully by the time we do this, the amount of damage should be a lot higher now.
Hunt or be hunted.
My
My Go on then. Alright. I'm hungry.
Alright, so before we continue on, we're going to break and then we'll back in a second to go back to the Sunken Ruins, get this fight spawn that we need, and hopefully everything all goes well. Okay, so going to the Sunken Ruins.
Life is too precious to risk. Well now.
I'm so used to like a boosting SP with everyone that
Let's go.
now I don't have like SP with a lot of things.
Come on then. Ow!
Out of my way.
Here I go.
Here we go. Yeah. Ha-ha! Phew, I'm hungry.
Stand aside or fight.
Right. Huh? Come on then. All right.
Here I go. Forgive me. You are the poison that must be purged.
I need a pierce that wings of frost.
My turn. My blade sings. I still have much to learn.
Alright, we can get the final license unless we need it, but guess we have it now. I haven't been looking for the rest. There's still some things that I haven't even found all the licenses for with it. Well,
I shall be your opponent.
Well now.
Right. Huh? Come on then.
Pierce that wings of frost. Study harder.
My turn.
Thinking time. Pierce them. Winds of frost.
You never fail to impress, Oswald. Yeah. Right. Come on, then. Let's just finish this.
Here I am. How's this? I still have much to learn.
The hunt is up. What to do? Here we go. Come on, then.
No. I'm done.
Well, now.
My I still have much to learn.
Okay, I had a feeling something was going to happen eventually with this, because there'd been points where it was like pausing. So I was wondering if it was actually going to be the connection or if it was going to be the console. But I guess we'll find out in a second what it is. A second or two. This isn't happening as often as it used to, but yeah, just interesting to see if it is what it is. I have a feeling it could be it. I'd rather just wait. Otherwise I'd have to turn it off and that'll take longer. Lost connection. So see if I can. It's just the connection, or if it's the actual. If it's just the connection. Like how it says internal keyboard. External keyboard disconnected, even though don't have an external keyboard connected to the PlayStation. Okay, so we're looking for in here. We're looking for the ancient Frog King 2. I'm going to go towards the save point because this area has a boss that can petrify, and
I'll
so
do
I
what I must.
end up coming back to it again. I'd rather not have to deal with that.
Right.
So that's not it. So we can kill this encounter.
Come on, then. Well now. Here I go.
No. And done.
Here I go.
I'm noticing a little bit of a weak point with this, and that's the not a lot of
For the
SP
pride of
recovery
Coup.
for some of these characters, so that might mean that they are purely different. I'd rather not waste SP because we're going to get the level up eventually. Everyone's running in a circle.
Life is too precious to risk.
Right. Ancient Frog King 2.
Pray away.
Ancient Frog King 6. 5. It is this one. Ancient Frog King 2. Thinking wrong. This what I should do is I should look up the secret.
Come on then.
We did have good luck with the I did have good luck with the
Prepare you.
also make sure
There's no need for flattery.
it's specifically said we need this one, so it's not about the ability, it's about the it's not about the ability, it's about the actual enemy, because if we get the same ability but from a weaker enemy, it's not going to do as much damage.
Stand aside or fight.
Could probably look up,
What to do?
maybe I should do this first. Let's look up Ancient. I might need to... Guess then I'll remember what it looks like. I might need a rare... Also, I need to make sure if it's day or night. That's another thing, you know. If it is a day or night thing, then I can't be here at night. Yeah, it's a day's not one view. Check sinking ruins. If it's a day-night thing, that means I need to. The day or night thing, I need to change it. With Ancient Frog King 2, Bow Staff, Ice, God. Doesn't mention about if it's daytime or nighttime. Some of them mention it? I'd rather know what I'm supposed to be looking for. I want to make sure that I'm not just running around for no reason. What it doesn't mention, oh wait, if it mentions night time or daytime. Guess we'll just keep looking around. If I find a, considering Ancient fucking 1 exists, Ancient fucking 2 should exist during this time as well.
My prey awaits.
That does double quick.
Come on then.
Now then. And dance.
Now it be. My blade sings.
Let's go. Come on then.
Well now.
Prepare yourself. I still have much to learn.
So I guess because an Ancient fucking 1 appears, it's like I just need to keep grinding them all. And the spawns don't matter about where you are located in the area. So long as you, like,
Are you my next patient?
none of these are.
My turn.
These are all Ancient fucking. I don't know what the rarity of this is.
Right. Come on then.
Now then. And dance.
What to do, what to do.
My prey awaits. Come on then. Ow!
I can't see anything that suggests that it's nighttime.
I shall be your opponent.
Okay, it might be one of these.
Here I go.
That's fucking 3. So, is this better than 2? Like, I don't know what 2 does. It's the other thing I should consider. Because if Ancient fucking 2 does the same as 3, then that means that it fits what we need. All captured monster abilities. This will at least give me a list of what I'm looking for, what they all do. If this is a better version, then it just means I'd rather take the higher level one. Go ancient. Fuck. I just somehow skipped it. I don't understand. Maybe it's a buff. What's the cage you'll be capturing? Buff or debuff? I'm still looking for what this ancient. I want to see what the other ones do. Okay, so the King Octopath and all this stuff, they give you random stuff bombs. I feel like I've missed it. I guess I missed it. I didn't see the ancient Fog King listed. Or is this only for the original one? Oh. Come on. Has to be in here. Make a giant list like this and not have them. They just odd. You know what? I think they just don't have it in here. Yeah. Okay, I don't know why they haven't got this listed. Unless they've got this listed as something else. They're missing a lot of enemies. I'm really trying to find out what the... I need to find out what both of these things do. If 3 is better than 2, I'll just grab 3. Or 3 is the same as 2. Let's save this. Looking for ancient. Haven't got this in here either. Is it called something else? Ancient fucking 3. They haven't even got both. They haven't even got this listed. It's like these enemies just don't exist, even though they clearly do. Like they don't exist. Okay, for some reason these don't exist. Looking at all these guides, the ancient Fog King line doesn't exist. For some reason. One of these lists has to be accurate. I just want to know if Ancient Fog King 3 is the same as Ancient Fog King 2. If it is, I can just capture this instead of going around looking. But like everything I'm looking at, it's just not. It's like as if they just these things just don't exist. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. These Fog Kings just don't exist on the... These Fog Kings just don't exist on any guides. I'm not showing for any guides here. I cannot find them. I don't find them. Vega King 2, Ocean Lizard King 3, Dragon, Puppy King. I'm just trying to find something that says, hey, can you tell me what these do? I'm gonna have this is so it's not some of these enemies are not even showing up in the guide. Like, I don't want the best monsters to capture. I want a whole list of everything that we can map through. A lot of the stuff here is just not accurate. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? Like, why make a list that says... The list literally says... here's the list of everything. And it's like, I've gone and had a look and it's like, the stuff that I'm looking for is not even on this list. Like, I just want to know if Ancient Frog King 3 is the same thing as Ancient Frog King 2. And none of the... It's like this whole line of monsters doesn't even exist. Hate spreadsheets on. Surely someone has seen these. I guess these just don't exist. I guess these enemies just don't exist. This is in the. Guess these enemies don't exist. The Ancient Frog Kings, for some reason, either don't exist or they're under a different name. It's the only other thing that I can think of. All these guides are not... haven't got them listed at all. The same one. That's the same one. For some reason, some of these are missing. Some of these are just missing. I'm gonna have to probably just go ahead and grab this Ocean Frog King thing. I cannot find anywhere on the internet what the Ancient Frog King 3 and what the Ancient Frog King 2 do. Everything that I've looked up has not shown me where they are. Like, there's mentioning Ancient Frog King 2 in the Sinking Ruin, so I know that it's located in the Sinking Ruins. I've seen guides say that, but I can't find an actual thing to say, hey, what is Ancient Frog King 2 and 3? Are they the same? Let's remember. Okay, so Vagrant. Let's type in Vagrant. Okay, apparently, though, that has the same ability as Ancient Frog King. So let's see if there's like there has to be something. There has to be something. The Vagrant Frog King 2 is double AoE axe. So that means that I guess I should check to see if this is a double AoE axe. I don't know. I cannot find anything that specifically says what it is.
Here we go.
is double guard break. This is double cleave. Oh my god, can I just please, I don't know if it's this one or if it's the other one, like, I cannot find a single guide. There is no guides that show me what I'm looking for. Absolutely no guides that show me what I'm looking for. If this is a double guard break, sounds like it's double cleave for the version 1 sounds like it's double cleave to 1. Double guard break sounds like it's that to 1 to think. So I think they want the one that does double axe to 2. But I cannot find, for the life of me, I cannot find on the internet the Ancient Frog King 3, like the Ancient Frog King 2. So, Frog King 2 is the AoE. It'll have the same name like Double Cleave All. 3 is, so I'm guessing that that's what it is. We're looking for one of the Frog King 2s that has Double Cleave All. It's the one that was, but I cannot find it. I cannot find it like a nothing online that I can find that says the support I'm trying to find. I've looked up everything, and some of these monster skill lists don't even have this up listed, which is complete garbage. So I guess we can't take this one, because this one's double guard break, so it's only going to hit for one enemy. We want double cleave all. So I'm just going to have to just grind here until I find them, I guess. I know that the spawn exists, because I have it grabbed one before. Saying that it's here, so if I found this one, it's just going to take a while, I think. Really going to need to heal the SP as well. I can't do this all by myself. I don't know, I'm getting annoyed with trying to find this. The guides on the internet aren't even accurate. Definitely I'm gonna have to heal SP with everyone.
Prepare yourself. I'm saucy. Here I come.
I was hoping I'd be able to hold it out.
What's it?
Thinking time.
This is bad. Come on, then.
I'm trying to look up where to find these things, like, they don't even exist. I know which enemy they're looking for. I know which enemy I'm looking for.
Use this.
Here I come. I'm sorry.
My turn.
It's just really, really, really annoying.
This wasn't in my calculations. And done.
What to do?
Gonna need to. Really hoping that I can find the. I tried looking up Ancient Frog King. I tried looking up all the capture lists. Nothing was there. I tried looking up Ancient Frog King 2. Nothing was coming up. I tried looking up Ancient Frog King 3. Nothing was coming up. I tried looking up Vagrant Frog King 3. Nothing was coming up. I tried looking at. But it's like at this point I guess I'm just gonna have to grind here until we find it. What should be like the next thing? At least I know that they're in this area. We need. I think we need. I know that there's other ones that have double cleave, but these ones are powerful with double cleave. Yep, this is a target we can find on the next one after we heal. Alright, this is the one that we're looking for. We need to get double cleave all, so this one. We take out the shouldn't kill.
What to do? What to do? This'll cool you down.
Over here! Here we go!
30% capture.
Mine now!
I really don't want to.
And done.
Well,
Prepare you. I'm sorry. Now it begins.
well
Now
I don't know how much hate you
This is bad!
hopefully this is enough. It's still 30%. Like, I don't want to weaken it any further, only because it's...
thinking time.
breaking.
Broken.
Now it's
to do.
forged.
Ouch! Mine now!
So we need this, and I'm gonna either replace Gigantes. I think I'll replace Gigantes. We already have other stuff. Alright, fine. Spent longer here than I was expecting, but that's whatever. Alright, next thing we need to do is there is how many things left? We have Timberrain for a summon, Psy for... Timberrain for a summon, Psy for a learned skill, Timberrain for... Timberrain for Divine Splendor. So one of them, one of them's in Coup, so Timberrain, Coup, and Psy is what we have. So it's probably better to get to Timberrain, and then go down to Coup, and then go to Psy, and then we can figure out where we're going. Okay, so we'll head back to Timberrain then. After all that looking up and trying to figure out what to do, it's like I knew that was going to happen. Like once I healed everyone up, and we're going to find what we were looking for. And it's like, well, just wasted all those items because everyone's not going to get heals.
Strike them down.
Come on then!
Now it... How's this? There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
The hunt is on!
My turn.
Axe attack! Come on then!
I do remember we did have a double cleave all.
Ouch!
I did have a double cleave all a while back with another. I think it was with one of the mountain ape enemies. But this is a more powerful version of it, so it's not gonna miss as much.
What to do, what to be. Forgive me.
Now we have to head to Timber Rain to do a bunch of stuff. Timber Rain, then to Ku, then to Sai, then back towards making sure that we've got everything, so we head back towards Caldera. This is a good chance to just make sure that this see how much damage this does. That does a lot more than the other one was.
My turn.
Axe attack! This is bad! Come on then! I'm hungry.
I'll do what I must.
We'll head back to where we're going.
Ouch! Come on then!
Here I go. My journey will not end here.
We've earned a couple of levels since we grinded, but not a whole lot, so it's... I don't think the levels are going to make it a big difference against when we finally do go back to Caldera, but...
Ready to be prey?
Some of the stat boosts might. I want to see if I can exhaust, because I have the stat boost at least on me. If the stat boosts aren't enough, then that means I will combine the levels. Because I'm trying to think if I would do that first, because with stat boost, so with levels we're getting stat boosts anyway.
Has to be done.
Come on then!
But I still don't want to level. That would mean that, yeah, I guess we'll figure it out. Also, it depends on how much it buffs us by and how big of a difference it makes, because that's going to be the other thing. It's going to be how much difference does the... If the stat buffs mean absolutely nothing, then we have to level just to get into a competitive stance to try and win. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so she changes positions based on where...
Are you my next patient?
Ouch! Come on then!
I'm still trying to figure out that once we get all the stuff here, what we still have left. But trying to fight right at this point wouldn't make any sense. So I'm thinking that we'll do stat boost to see if that makes a difference, because that means that we would still not be over level. We would have just the stat boost items that we have used. Which is fine. So that would work. Yeah, because the level grinding I don't think is necessary. If we apply, like, if I can get by it with, so the first time we tried it, it wasn't going to work. This time we tried it, the next time we tried it again was with what they recommended. I needed to find something that felt like it would work. This I can see how this would work. It's just a matter of knowing what to. If this still doesn't work at this point, with the stat boosts, then at that point I'll try levels. Sorry, no, I'll not try levels. I will because levels should be the last absolute thing. So I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll grab all the equipment, grab everything that we need. If that still is not enough with the stat boosts, then I will do level grind. Because the problem with the level grind is that it will move us closer to the other levels, and then it'll make things easier, not because of thing, but because it's closer in the level. But we can probably do this under level. So there is a guide that I can follow that will tell me what to do, but I don't know if it's possible because I need to see how much. Like, we could just need levels depending on what we're at. It's just one of those things. It could be because when I first fought it, it was like the damage we were doing is fine, and the damage we're doing now is also still fine. But the big issue still remains that the damage that we're taking is too high. If the damage that we're taking is still too high, despite us being optimal with this thing and trying to do the other stuff, it starts gonna catch up to us eventually.
Axe attack.
And if it catches up to us eventually, then what's the point?
Come on then.
Oh, we'd still have to collect everything. Double tails we saw, but that's
hungry.
It's like after we did it the first time, I knew that we needed to change the thing. And I was like, okay, we'll change up let's change up our layout. So we've got the layout that someone else used, as well as everything else that they have in the thing. So we've got all that all sorted out, all that's there. Now that all that's done, once we get all these items, there's no point in me trying to go and do it again because the defense isn't going to be enough. So I can either do level grind or I can do the stats. But I think because the guide mentions that level grinding's optional, we'll do the stat boost next. If the stat boosts still aren't enough, then I will try the strategy that they use. If that strategy still doesn't work, then we have to go with big levels just because it will at least make things more manageable.
I know no cure for evil.
But then at that point, what I can do is I'll just do a level grind for one. I'll do a level grind so that 4 characters go up, and then do a level grind again to get so the other characters go up. And then we'll keep returning to Golden each time. We need to go left, down, left.
You are a poison that must be purged. Here I come. Axe attack.
I just think that's the best way to tackle it. It probably is possible to do it now, but again, it's the damage, so I'd rather just make sure that if we're going to be going back into the fight again, if we're going to go back into the fight, we should at least consider getting, because we have all the equipment we tried doing with partial equipment and partial other stuff. So it's like, okay, well, I saw that we still weren't doing enough damage. So getting the equipment here will at least limit a little bit more damage, but I still don't think that's enough. And because I don't think that's enough, we will just because I don't think that's
Out
enough.
of my way.
After we've gathered everything, we will
Well now.
head to do all the stat boosts to see if those work,
Attack.
and then we'll try the strategy that they use to see if I can do it under level.
My journey will
If we're still
not
taking way too much damage, then that means that they were probably higher level than what we are currently, because I haven't done any level grinding whatsoever. I've only been fighting what we've come across as much as possible, so I've reached this level via a lot of traversing around and things, so... And considering some other people have said that they've done it around this level, that would actually just make things much easier.
Ready
So
to pray?
I want to give it a shot myself, just to see if I can figure out what to do.
Here I go.
Best thing.
Axe attack. I know no cure for evil.
There's no real harm.
I'll do what I must.
There's no real harm in just running for levels, but I want to have that be the last, absolute last
Might.
thing. That I want it to be the absolute last thing that I attempt.
Done.
Go on then! Now let's grab some food.
Are you my next patient?
Here we go! Go on then!
Might.
Thinking. And stop. I've gained valuable insight.
Hunt or be hunted!
Well now. Axe attack.
do what I must.
Now. Strike them down.
Prepare you. How's this?
Here we go. Huh? Go on then.
What to do? Forgive me.
Here we go. Go on then.
Here I go. Axe attack.
Probably should have done.
Here we go.
Sword. But, yeah. That would have actually buffed it.
Go on then.
Fire. Burn.
Well now. Poison slash.
Now it be. Axe of the lion heart. Time to strike. Who's next? For the pride of
Wait,
truth.
I know that that's these enemies are like 20 levels lowest, but still not reaching like 99999 yet. We're about a third of the way though with some of our attacks. We are getting more powerful. I forgot to equip some of the items.
Here we
I
go.
can see, I think I forgot to equip some of the items. Or, yeah, I think I did forget to equip items.
Go on then.
Here I go. Axe attack. I'm terribly sorry. What to do? What to do? Axe attack.
Strike them down. I've gained valuable insight.
Oh, I'll read some things we got. Gravity Lance was the last thing that I grabbed, huh? Guess so. Right. Timber Rain, we have a few things I think I need to grab. Timber Rain, we need to grab the Learn skill from... no, that's sorry. Timber Rain, we need to grab the scale. We need to get the. We need to have Agnia. We need Agnia to get the judge. We need Agnia to get the judge, which is a 30-something% chance. Let's just save before we do that. Also, we need. Other thing that we needed. Wine Splendor was from Great Helm, I think it was. Check the. I think it was the Great Helm in front of me. Okay, you have a great helmet 73. So that means we should probably just mug him. Or try to steal it.
Time for some questioning.
Probably actually just he's here at night, we'll see.
Very well. Take that! To work. Well, how's that?
I'll see if I can steal it.
Ha!
Soldier age 45, a middle-aged, middle-ranking soldier. He has been considering a change of occupation due to the excessive demands of the position. Not too long ago, his wife told him that they was expecting a child. After much deliberation, he decided to stay in the military and redouble his efforts at advancement for the sake of his family. So we can entreat for 73. I don't know if he stays. Okay, you don't stay during the daytime. I guess I'll mug him. Mug should work. I don't know why I didn't mug him.
I'll take that.
Take this.
I like my
This will
own.
give us the other.
Now then. Calculations complete. Thinking time. I need a plan. And done. No. Let me show you what I've learned. This is the answer. Study harder.
So we need to give the other great helm to.
A worthwhile endeavor.
Second great helm that we needed to give. I think it was Temenos. No, it wasn't Temenos. Great helm for Throne and great helm for. I'm pretty sure there was two great helms I needed. Why would I have looked it up if it wasn't important? Great helm for Throne. Oh shit. Great helm for Throne, great helm. Oh, helm for oh shit. So now we need to go and do the judge thing during the daytime. We have 33% chance of getting him as a thing. So before we do this, we're gonna just save the game because there's a chance that we can, chance that we'll lose. I'd rather not. Like we can reload the saves every time we fail. just keep doing this until we get him. It's not going to go any higher than this, from what I can tell. Which means that I think that means at least his characters were around this level when we attempted. So we'll grab this guy and then head to. I think that should be everything that we have to do here.
Come on now.
Right. Different ulterior motives. Go. Temenos already has. We have that guy with Temenos, so we need that. Now we go to. We should only have one. In Ku, we have to go to get. In Ku, we have. There's the sword that we have to grab. There's the Divine Splendor that we have to grab. There's the. And then there's. The. Ku, we don't even have to. Ku, we don't have to go to, actually. That was just the alternative one. We only need to go to Sai. Down. I think I've nearly got everything. Should have everything now that we, nearly everything should be there. So what we'll do is, equip everything when we get to, before we leave. And then we'll head towards, the island.
Shall we?
Try it again. Boost items. If that still doesn't work, then...
Let's do it!
Well, blaze on, O sacred flame.
Cleaning time.
Wow, glow, glowing. Blaze on, O sacred flame. Very good.
Time to there. Even if I stumble, I'll get back up.
To, Sai. That should be the last thing that we need.
Shall we?
We need the Divine Splendor sword.
I'm just getting...
Oh right, I forgot that he doesn't start. I totally get that.
To work. Blaze on, O sacred flame.
Need to remember that I don't have certain.
Now then. The winds of favor blow.
Oh dear. Blaze on, O sacred flame.
What to...
Right.
I'm just getting warmed up. Take this. Maybe next time.
suggest you get out of my way. To work. Blaze on, O sacred flame.
Bring it on.
Bravo, Particio.
Bravo.
There!
There!
Yeehaw!
Thanks, Particio. I wasn't expecting that.
I suggest you get out of my way.
Here goes.
Oh dear. There. Now die.
That was a The winds of favor blow. I did it! I wasn't expecting that.
Do be gentle.
Take this!
Oh dear. There. How's that for you?
My turn. Right. So that's your weakness.
Oh dear. There. May the sacred flame guide you, or something like that.
I also can't forget about getting the. That's not now. I cannot forget about grabbing the. Need to grab the extra. There's some extra abilities that we need to go and make sure we have equipped as well for the job stats. We need to make sure that those are done before we head into them too.
Let's play.
We'll need to do that. Or I'll need to do that before we select the party because I can't.
How's that?
Yeehaw!
Sort out that one before we get to the area. I think things I will do later will be I think the only stuff that I will do later will be stuff
The winds of favor blow. Sorry.
and then stuff that I'll do for later will be the stat.
Even if I
Make sure that
stumble,
everything that we do before
get
we
back
head
up.
to the island is just the only thing I won't be doing is healing and doing the buffs. Everything else requires us to be able to tap them, so I'd rather make sure that we have everything prepared to go before we actually attempt.
Yeehaw!
Where was it? Yeah. How's that? There.
wasn't expecting that.
Hey, a customer.
Very well. How's that for you?
Cleaning time.
Right.
Here.
Now then, the winds of favor blow. I did it! Thank you! Let the show begin!
Alright, hopefully we can grab this one.
Where was I? How's that for you?
It's my turn!
I think this one should be a decent level up because it's, the chubby ones are the...
Even if I stumble, I'll get back up.
That gave us a lot of... they gave us like 1,000 EXP. I think the chubby ones give you like 2,000 or 3,000. They're also a lot bulkier.
May I have this dance?
Where was I? Now die!
Ready?
Aglia! More.
Leave the rest to me, Temenos. Maybe next time.
Let's play.
To work. Now die!
My turn.
Bye-bye! Even if I stumble, I'll get back up.
Let's play.
Here goes.
To work. Now die!
I wasn't expecting that. this dance?
Here goes.
Very well. How's that for you?
Ready?
Oh dear. Take that!
Yeehaw! Maybe next time.
Come and get me.
There! I did it! Even if I stumble, I'll get back up. Let the show begin.
Bring it on.
Oh dear. There, now die! Where was I?
Ready?
Darkness descend.
All tidied up.
Let's have ourselves a showdown. Here goes. Take this. All right.
Very well. There, now die!
Cleaning time.
Eat this.
I'm just getting warmed up. Time to divvy up the earnings.
Alright, we're gonna have a lot of stuff that we need to do here before we leave. Namely, and make sure that we have everything all ready to go. So, we need to get this last Ari skill. Carpenter during the day. So what I think I should do is I should swap in all the characters that we're going to be using for the first phase. That way I can go through one by one. Make sure that everyone has everything equipped. And if they don't, then we have to get them. That should be Hikari, Basti, Patricio, and Agnia. Carpenter here. I think it's this guy. Wait, no. It's, Carpenter inside, they said. Maybe it's Site East District? Site East District. Might have been Site Eastern District. I'm gonna challenge him for Wild Smash.
If I must. On your guard. Here I come. My blade sings. There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my soul.
Plus we can't fast travel, there's no reason for me to heal.
You still have much to learn.
Okay, so Wild Smash unleash an axe attack on random foes 3 to 5. So we're gonna replace, we'll keep Divine Dual Edge, keep, I already have, this is moderate power dagger on a single foe, after everything. I think we'll get rid of this.
I look forward to using this.
Right. Now we're at the point where I think we should have everything. So go back and make sure we have a checklist of every single thing that we require before we go. I'm not gonna heal until we get to the area because that will. There's no reason for me to go and heal if we need to do that in the way. So let's start from the very beginning. So Hikari has, all this should be the same for equipment. He's done. It's finished. Casti is all completed for her equipment. Artigio is all completed for, actually no, he needs a protector shield. He gets the protector shield, which is, he gets the protector shield. Gimmick goggles, that's fine. And, also, we can sort out everyone from here now, instead of swapping them out. I just realized I should have been. Agnia has everything she needs. Oswald has everything that he needs. Throne gets the Divine Splendor. Oh, I forgot to grab that. That's what I was supposed to grab. Divine Splendor. I needed to grab that from... Divine Splendor we had to grab from Timber Rain, I think. I can teleport back to Timber Rain. Where's Timber Rain? I think I need to go back to Timber Rain. I can just walk there. Then walk back to here. Entreat from Ku. Oh, that's why we have to go to Ku. That's why we have to go to Ku. Sorry, we're not done yet. We have to go, yeah, that was why we had to go to Ku. Alright, well we'll just walk to Ku. Walk back to here. Because, yeah, we're... I was trying to remember, it's like, why do we have to go to Ku for? And it's like, we had to go to Ku because of the... We would have been here, and then I would have gone down, left, and up. Well, I just realized we're not actually done yet. Just add everyone back in that was... Throne, Terminus, Agnia, and... Artusio. mind, I completely neglected to go to Ku. What I'll do is I'll head to Ku and then walk back to Sai. Need to increase need to gain a there's something that we need to grab. We're either gonna need to look it or
How's that for you?
Bring it up.
something a little ahead of the gun.
Bravo, Particio. There.
Cleaning time. Eat this!
Yeehaw!
What is it?
Cleaning time. I take what I want.
I knew I was gonna forget something. Got to grab her sword. Grab the sword here, we will head back to Saya,
Do be gentle.
and then from there we will then sort out everything that we need to do.
Well, how's that for you?
Here goes. Bring it on.
The winds of favor blow.
I always forget something. That just seems to be what
I wasn't
happens. I always
expecting
forget
that.
something.
Let the show begin.
Bring it up.
Very well. Now die.
That was the winds of favor blow.
Very well.
My turn. There! Eat this!
That's thrown A for you.
Time to shine. The winds of favor blow. Sorry.
My turn.
To work. There, how's that for you?
I'm just. Maybe next time. Howdy there, friend.
Well, Blaze on, O sacred flame!
Here goes.
My turn.
Eat this!
It's the winds of favor blow. Sorry. Thank you.
Right, I gotta find the coup officer, so I can treat, or at least find the guy so I can take what I need. Wherever he's located, once we do that, then we can walk back to Sai. Alright, just gonna find which guy this is. I think he might be here. That's a coup at night. There's a coup officer carrying. Was a metal. He's up. Oh, okay. He's in the. He's in the other area. Okay. So I think they're in the throne room area, because he did say to the left of the throne rooms. Did say, okay, Castle Creek. We haven't been back in here since story related, so there shouldn't be anything in terms of new stuff. Just secure the budget for now.
I will get answers.
Probably need to come back with a character that can. I just realized I didn't. Actually, no, I'm level 66. We can take it.
To work. Very well.
I think we're fine, actually. It was level 66. Minister H58, Coup's Minister of Finance. Rather timid, he has nonetheless found ways to raise enough funds to rebuild the town after the protracted war. Much of his busy schedule and ever-present anxiety have robbed him of his appetite. Today, for example, he's had naught but a single serving of Azuki porridge.
Very useful.
Item. We haven't actually gone back in here since, All's well. Hyperion's spear, fighter's headband, desert armor. This is not what we're looking for, but do some stuff.
Time for some questioning. To work. Oh dear. You won't be able That's all. To work. Now die! Ha!
True soldier age 19, a soldier who stands watch over the castle grounds day and night. The man of no particular skill or talent, who insists that his diligence is his only defining trait. His unvarnished personality and calm demeanor, however, have earned him the trust and respect of men.
Very useful.
These areas are closed off, we can't see anyone. To be honest, it's my pleasure to help craft this kingdom anew. Very powerful weapons.
I will get answers. Very well. Take that! Where was I? To work. Repent! How's that? Ha!
Prime Minister, age 42. Ku's calm and collected Prime Minister. He is adept at surveying the opinions of the people, soldiers, and ministers, and considering them fairly, or handing down the most reasonable course of action. He is of the notion that politicians must be rational at all costs, and so he has learned to suppress his own emotions. Protect this kingdom for me and for all of the heroes who died during the Civil War. Okay, this is the guy we want. Divine Splendor. Grand Metal Glaive and the Fighter's Head. We are soldiers without equal. Like, that is a very, powerful skill, whatever that is. We're gonna equip this to Throne. Oh, I didn't see this. I did not know this was here. I got this earlier. We're gonna got this when we're heading back into Obro's journal. Name is Obro. I was born in Mu, a nation bled dry by its interminable war with Ku. Empty stomach, spreading pestilence, and nights spent curled up against the chill facts of life. Although the adults around me blame my birth for my miserable lot, even in my tender years, I knew the truth. Ku was to blame. That wretched nation who preyed upon the weak, bringing strife and death in its wake. While the better part of my life was spent in suffering, my sister brought some small measure of joy to my existence. We were not bound by blood. I plucked her from the city streets and raised her as my own family. Now some might think shouldering such a burden is folly, especially when I scarcely knew from where my next meal would come. However, I could tell that this child had a fire within her. Yes, when she spied the dagger I held in my hand, her cries ceased, and I knew. It was at that very moment when I decided we would make it through this life together. How naive I was back then. After 4 years of relative peace, Ku's forces fell upon the town we called home. If the tyrants were victorious, we would be killed or captured, forced to spend our lives in servitude. I resolved to kill King Jigo of Ku myself, that we might be spared such a fate. After donning the armor of a dead Ku soldier, I asked my sister to slash my body, and made my way to Jigo, to the guise of being a wounded ally. While I slipped through Ku's ranks, my attempt on Jigo's life failed and I was captured. As his soldiers pinned me down, my mind grasped for a clever escape. It was then that Jigo asked, "Will you serve Ku by my side?" Unexpected offer, to say the least. One I did not hesitate to take. Turning my back on our home, and joined hands with my sworn enemy, also that my sister and I could live. However, still we found no comfort. Ku's bloody conquest poured over one border after another. The fires of war spread unabated. As the desert was stained a deep crimson, my heart became black as pitch. I recall on one particularly red day noticing a corpse turn towards me, gaze piercing through lifeless eyes. I tried to look away, only to be met with a field of dead bodies upon the sand, each one leering at me intently. Perhaps it was merely the work of a troubled imagination, and that is hardly the point. The act of living became something I could not comprehend. We steal only to be stolen from, and then we die. The cycle repeats itself, time and time again, till at the end of the day we find what? Find out the answer to this question, and eventually reach my answer. Life has no meaning, and living is a fool's errand. I was mistaken to look toward the dawn, but tomorrow is but a farce. A world so twisted ill deserves to see a new day. So I will ensure that it never comes. Such was the thought in the forefront of my mind as I wore the mask of dutiful subject. Day after day I played my role, till the man came to me bearing a grimoire and claiming it would pique my interest. Text within was said to stir the hearts of all who read it, but I was unmoved as I turned to the final page, for I had come to realize the truths that lay bare on my own. How many years has it been since then? Last my plan was in motion, and a great battle looms on the horizon. This world will meet its end, and the light of dawn will be replaced with a choking darkness. For life has no meaning, and tomorrow is but a farce. Wouldn't you agree? No longer will we be forced to kill or be killed. No longer will we be forced to greet a dawn that only brings small suffering. The end is nigh. So this is clearly Flowey that is writing this text here. So Flowey did exist in this timeline. Sweet Templing after work sure hits the spot. A lot of good items here.
Time for some questioning. Very well. To work. Where was I? Now God! Ha!
Lady in Waiting age 33, a woman who tends to odd jobs within the castle. Post-war reconstruction has obliterated the castle's coffers, leading to a shortfall of staff, which keeps her more than busy each and every day. Still, she reasons that it's a damn sight better than fleeing for her life during wartime.
Very useful.
Alright, what have you got? Victory, I messed up less than I did yesterday. Tomorrow, why, I'll do even better. I haven't seen Kazan yet, so I'm wondering if he actually just... Yeah.
Time for some questioning. To work. Very well. How's that for you? Oh dear. There. Ha.
Lady in Waiting age 22, a woman who recently began working in the castle. The lean staff ensures she is perpetually busy, and a long list of things and preferences to remember has led to no small number of incidents. Nevertheless, she carries on with a irrepressible verve. Everyone in the castle thinks highly of her.
Very useful.
Items right here. I still haven't found Kazan yet. He's probably in the arena, actually, now that I think about it. Might be in the arena. Okay, now we've got everything. Now we can head back to, sorry. Let's do this again. Hikari, Casti, Articio, Agnia. So, this. Equipment. Hari was fine, I believe. Casti was fine. Articio was fine. Agnia was fine. Then Oswald, we just did the check for that. Throne, we got the sword. That's fine. Temenos has everything he needs. And Oshette has everything that she needs. Replace the gaudy hat with the great helm. That's everything. So everyone has the right equipment. So now the next thing we need to make sure is that everybody has, everyone should have access to their latent powers. The only one who doesn't have access to latent powers is Oswald, but we can get that back at some point. So next thing we need to figure out is. Okay, so we've got all the equipment and weapons and all that stuff sorted out, so all that's done. Secondary classes everyone has. Support skills are next. So for the support skills, we're going to need to figure out where... probably going to be a couple of things. Yeah, okay, so instead of doing support skills, we'll check the other stuff for a second. So pretty much use stat items only when you are satisfied with the equipment distribution. That way you can assess which characters are lacking in stats. So certain characters need to... it's weird though, that they have... well, I guess it makes sense, because so Throne and Hikari are going to get Fizz attack. Elemental attack... it doesn't really matter. Speed, Throne. Accuracy and crit for Throne and Hikari. And then for HP, you want to even out everyone's HP levels. For SP, you want to give a little bit to Throne and Hikari, then it doesn't matter. Physical defense and elemental defense, you want to even everybody out, and then evasion doesn't. That way everyone can have uniform healing. So, yeah, we'll worry about that later. So, we've got both beasts. We've got both beasts that we need. We have the Judge Summon for Agnia. We have the Phase 2 follower for Temenos. We learned Deep Analysis and Wild Smash for Hikari. So that means the only things left now are the support skills. So, go through all the support skills for everybody and then start figuring out. So, he has everything that he needs. Casti is missing Boost Start and BP regeneration, so we need to figure out how she gets those. BP regeneration, I don't know what where that one comes from, so I'll have to figure out what I have to do with that. Is it called BP generation? Yeah, it's called BP regeneration. I'm trying to find an thing that shows me which support skills come from. Right. So BP generation is a support skill for the Conjurer class. We need to unlock all the skills for. So for the I have to unlock. So for her, I need to unlock every Conjurer class because what she's currently got is raise the physical defense and element defense of the character by 1 for every skill we learn. So this is going to go up by what? So we have to teach her all the Conjurer skill. Anything else I need to do is it's just this, and then get to the area, do all the healing, and then do the stat boosts, which we'll do at the thing. So I should save the game before I do this, just in case I make a mistake. Also, I need to check some things with the stat boost as well. So, let me just give an example. I want to give, I gave her another class. For example, if I gave her Warrior and taught all these skills to her, how does this change what her support skills are? Okay, so it says it's in general every job skill. I think. That just went to a plus 48. So does this mean that if everyone learns job skills? Okay, let's do another test. If Particio, let me just check this. I teach Particio. I teach Particio all these skills. Does this increase her buff as well? Just give an example. If this does, then that means that it's better for us to just go and spend the rest of our JP on boss. I just want to see if this is how it works. No. Okay, so this is only based on every job that we have a job skill learned. So, what we should do is with Casti, when we're finished getting everything that we need necessary for the job, we will just buy a bunch of random skills and boost her thing up even higher, because she gets a +1 for each time that she does it. So, that confirms it. At least I think it does. The only other thing I didn't try was if I do multiple jobs, does it still? I should check that. Yeah, that's the only other thing I want to check. If I go and give her, let's just do this for example. Okay, now if I remove this and give you this, does this then also stack? Because if this stacks, that means that what I'm thinking will work. Not, then I can just do a quick reset. What skills? Okay, it does what I think it does. So that means every time, that means once we've given her the correct skills. Once we've given her the correct skills, we just spend the remaining BP that we have to buy as many skills as possible. That way, she gets +1 every time we buy a new skill. So that works. So let's do that. That makes a whole lot of sense now. So any extra SP that I can get, the better. Any extra skills we can get, the better. Right. So she needs boost start as well as thing. So. You know what job thing she needs first. So this goes up because we need to get BP. We need to get BP regeneration, which is available after we've purchased 7th skill. this would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have to buy all these anyway. Okay, purification, prayer for rain, divine wrath, it's SP saver, and then BP regeneration. So BP boost is a divine skill, grant a single ally 2 BP at the start of every turn for free. I don't know if we need this right now. So, equip the support skill of BP regeneration onto her. The other one was boost start. Boost start is from Merchant. We need to equip Merchant. I'll make a save after every character, just in case something goes wrong. Need Merchant, and then that is, we need 2 skills for Merchant. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't matter which one we get, because they all cost the same. Probably going to be spending BP on them anyways. We only need to get to boost start. The most useful stuff probably will be donate BP and hired help. Oh, sidestep will be next. Okay, we've got there's boost start. Now we have boost start. Now, if we go into the thing here, and go back and equip the job that we need, which is, Conjurer. And I go onto support skills, it should show 50. It was originally at 42, and then because we bought more things, so I think now what I do, we want to boost this as much as possible, so we should buy all of the skills, buy as many skills as we possibly can to boost her elemental defense and physical defense by 1 each time. So let's do that. I wish there was a better way to buff this, but I don't think there is. Our intention isn't to use these classes anyway, so buying and also buying what we have to buy is not super important, I don't think. Also, how much does everything cost when I do it? Because I've got 74,000. And it costs 19,000, so it's about 20,000 for a full set. It's better to actually just do the cheapest ones first. That way we can get more skills out of the way. It's gonna take some time, because I've got to actually physically go through and pick what I would normally want. Not every character has to do this. We'll leave the ones that cost like 2,000 and that till later, because we can get other things cheaper. Bolstering break. Yeah, none of these are going to get used, but this is all just here to boost up her... All just here to boost up the elemental defense. And I think I don't think a lot of this. Could have probably calculated how much things, but it's like I don't think it's getting all these skills is just gonna really help out with the defense. Actually, might have enough. Now I'm looking at it, but I want to just make sure the numbers are correct. Looking at like 5,000, 2,000. So these are 2,000. Everything else is 3,000 now. Extend the reach of skills target and the use of everything. I guess. Wait, is this free? That's 5,000. And so I thought they were free for a second. Should have a big buff now, I would think. There will be some other characters that we need to do the same thing for. But because I know how much SP things are going to cost, it shouldn't be as big of a deal. These are all 2,000, so I should grab these. SP recovery, lasting memory, price of power, and of equal might. These are 5,000. Everything's 5,000. So now it doesn't really matter. Buy everything that we have. There we go. Back to Conjurer, and let's check her support skills. It should be like really high now. There we go. Okay, so that confirms it low there. We went from having 42. We went from having 42 defense bonus to having 93 defense bonus. And we also unlocked a whole bunch of new stuff that we haven't seen before. So let's see what we unlocked. So SP recovery, taking damage, gain an amount of SP equivalent to 1% of damage taken. Lasting memory, the equipping character's status effects do not disappear even when they become incapacitated. Price of power, double the amount of SP consumed when using magic, but increase the effect of spells. Of equal might, equalizes the physical attack and elemental attack of the equipping character to whichever value is higher. This does not include attributes raised by equipment. Purification, reducing effects on the equipping character will dissipate twice as quickly. SP Savers halves SP required for the equipping character's skills. Divine Wrath bring misfortune upon the foe who renders the equipping character incapacitated. And then, yeah. There we go. That's Casty now. Casty is complete, so we'll save this just because there's chances that we could make a mistake. It's fine. Particio is next. But Particio needs... Particio has Fruits of Labor, Boost Star, and Step Headache. He has all those. Agnia has... this needs to be... Right, so we need Rise Again and Boost Start. So Boost Start is Urchin. And Rise Again. I think that's Cleric. Rise Against Cleric, max out Cleric. So we need a max out Cleric for her. Back to, she was, what was her original class? This? Shit, her job is Cleric, actually. So we've got Arms Master, Conjurer, Faith, and Cleric. Equip the next slot skills. We want, Boost Start, and Rise Again. So, that's essentially when, if they die, they get revived. That's first 4 characters complete. And her other skills were... we don't have Fruits of Labor on... Actually, no, we have Fruits of Labor on Particio, so we need to do Particio. Particio needs to do the same thing, where he buys a whole bunch of the stuff again. How much... Yes, I didn't check how much SP he has. I think he has... He just got 83,000, which is more than what Cassidy had when I started doing it. So I think I can just go through and buy everything until I get to the 5,000. Then we'll swap characters out and do that again. Articio, go ahead and buy like all the skills. Buy all the skills up to... with Cassie, I think I did buy... Yeah, oh, I didn't buy this. I should have bought this. I guess I should have bought this because it was for the Conjurer. That's what she's using, but yeah, I could probably still get to that 5,000. It's gonna be hard. Yeah, I'll take that into account. Because if they're using Faith, I may as well just use... I should at least just do that. As just in case. Otherwise, I've just gone and made a mistake. I don't think she uses BP boost anyway, does she? Do you use BP boost in the fight if I have to? I need to use BP boost? She doesn't use BP boost at all. Cassie just does a lot of medical concoctions. We'll save ones that I can't grab with, that's everything except for these. I don't think any of the rest of them matters. Now we can just go ahead and buy whatever's remaining. Give us extra. Defense. Okay. Swap back to Faith and then the right alt skills. Petitio's things now at 93. Petitio needs. Root of Labor, boost start, step ahead, upgraded accessories. That's fine. Agnia, we've finished. Now we'll go back and change everyone else's. We can go back and the other party in. The next party should be Oswald. I think it was Oswald, Throne, Terminos. Oswald, Throne, Terminos, and Ocean. Okay. Leaving. Oswald requires Fleetfoot and Boost Start, which I believe are both, and he's got Fruits of Labor as well, so it's the same thing. Okay, so Fleetfoot and I think Fleetfoot I think is Merchant. No, Fleetfoot's Faith and Boost Start's Merchant, so we need to do those. So, go to Faith. And it's 80,000, so we can do the same thing. But I just want to make sure I get Fleet-footed and boosted in first. Got what we need. Now we just go ahead and go ham with everything that we need for this. We needed Fleet-footed, upgraded accessories, Fleet-foot, Roots of Labor, Boost Start. So, go back to Apothecary. Buy all the Apothecary abilities. Just in case they matter. Everything else is just maximum until we reach the final. Now we just buy whatever. Fill out the rest of these. Okay, put him back to Apothecary. equip him with skills. We want Fleetfoot and start. Throne's warrior, so she needs summon strength, deal more damage, and boost start. That's all warrior and she's got 86,000. Summon strength, deal more damage, and boost start. So then we do merchant, and then we just go and do what we did before. Okay. We have everything we need. Wait, is she using? No, she's not using this. She's using summon strength, deal more damage, upgraded accessories, and booster. We don't need to keep buying these. Save her SP. For where is? We want summon strength, deal more damage. And boost start. She already gets the upgraded accessories, so that's fine. Rise again, fruits of labor. Wait, everyone has fruits of labor, don't they? They have fruits of labor? Not everybody. Well, that's Casti. Peak performance. Maybe we try peak performance, because Throne and Hikari are very similar, so maybe if I do peak performance instead of boost start. Let's try that. What does peak performance do? Peak performance, raise damage dealt when the equipping character's at max. Yeah, I think we just do this. Because they put boost start in instead, so leave it at that. Temenos is next. So he's missing boost start, which is thing, and then we go ham again because he has fruits of labor as well. Merchant for him first. Already on merchant, so it's fine. Now, now we're done. Okay, go. Put the last skills onto you. Rise again, fruits of labor, boost start, and a step ahead. And then Bouchette is the last character. So she needs upgraded accessories. Fruits of labor, boost start. So it's essentially merchant plus everything else again. no main class merchant? That should be everything. Upgrade accessories, fruits of labor, which is a 20 something, and then boost starts, and a step ahead. So that means the only thing left to do is going to be stat item distribution for the nut items, and then at that point we'll give it another try. Make sure that everyone's got their right job classes on. So Apothecary for you, Warrior for Throne, Temenos should be Merchant. Shet should be Merchant. Throne should be Warrior. Oswald should be Apothecary. And then the other two, the other four should be Arms Master, Conjurer, Thief, and Cleric. All the equipment's fine, all the other stuff is fine, so just see, make sure that everyone's Ari, Asti, Ishio, Agnia. So, swap the job classes back. Arms Master, Conjurer, Thief, and Cleric. So now that means that what we'll do when we get there to the area is we'll save the game in two spots, one with the buffs, one without the buffs. If it still doesn't work without the buffs and the thing, then we'll go and do some level ups. If it does work, then obviously we'll think. But I think this is a good point in time to end the stream, because what we'll be doing now is heading back to the... pretty much now we'll be heading back to the Gate of Fenice, trying to beat, we'll try and beat Galdera. If we beat Galdera, then obviously we can go and do the story for the remainder of the game. If we don't beat it, then obviously we'll go and do some level grinding and see if that works. We'll try the strategies that they're using and the thing, see if that works. And if that's the case, we will be fine, and let's just hope that we can get by it. But, I think this is a good point to end. We've got everything that we need. We have all the equipment, all the jobs, all the support skills, all the armor, every weapons that we need. So, yeah, I think it's a good time to end things. So, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription if you enjoyed this video gets me some monetization. Have some more content fuel, so content become more accessible and easy to find. I uploaded my past Plat Reacts as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays to the YouTube channel, including Far Cry 6, Sifu, The Quarry, as a mature remake, Octopath Traveler, Lego Skywalker Saga, Alpha Shinkock Vertigo, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII Reunion, Cuphead, Stray, Marvel's Avengers, Dark Crystal Federation Gentleman, Days Gone, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, Like a Dragon Edition, 4 Remake, Resident Evil 5, Pokemon Scarlet, Triangle Strategy, Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, as well as this game. I am working on a Play Pass segment for the games we have the Platinum Trophy for, as well as a Switching Things Up segment for games that we have on the Switch, and more Triangle Strategy speedruns for the future. I'm also working on the notes for the Octopath Traveler Goldera speedrun. We're almost at the end. We're actually at the Gate of Finis right now. I actually now just realized when I got to Goldera, when I did it last time here, I realized, oh, the reason why there's those 8 pillar things there is because that was where there were flames in the original game, and those flames represented certain boss fights that you had to fight in the game to get to that point. So it's like that's why that's there. And I uploaded into YouTube channel because I have a 7-day limitation on my videos before they're permanently deleted, and I want there to be a second place for people to have a find my content if they wish to watch on YouTube and Twitch. Well, specifically depending on where their preference is. Also get notifications when I go live and watching on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch at 50 followers. I'll be doing at 70 followers. I'll be doing a Pokemon Violet Nuzlocke, and we also reach affiliate, which means good monetization as well. Get to make a bunch of subscriber emotes and incentives to help support me and the channel going forward to the future. Also get an extra 7 days of upload before my videos are permanently deleted off as well. And you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live, and if you add me on Discord, I will send you an invite to my friends Discord server. Close to 2,000 members, still going strong. Plenty of exams and stuff there as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're on as well. And finally, if you wish to know who created my stream layout that I use for all my future content, you can find a link down below in the description as well. Finally, I think tomorrow morning, Gamescom officially starts. So I don't know if there's going to be an actual conference. Apparently the lineup came out. I haven't seen specifically what all the lineups are for yet. So chances are we might either be doing this or we might be doing something to do with Gamescom related. I don't really know. It hasn't really been announced yet. Not really sure yet, but if it's like last year, there's going to be at least a few day streams that I'll be doing as well. So, with all that being said, day nights, wherever you all are, and I will see you later.